And we are live.
Thank you very much, Sam. Good morning, folks, and welcome to the Maine State Legislature, number 130, 30th Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am Senator down in District 34, which encompasses Acton and Lebanon, parts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk. Here this morning with the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. This morning's session is a work session, and which basically means that the purpose of our committee meeting this morning is to receive information from the staff and others in order for the members to consider the legislative proposals before us and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members and the committee analysts and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it's being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after the meeting is concluded. We're also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on the legislature's website, www.legislature.maine.gov. And this time, what I'd like to do is, if I have committee members please introduce themselves. I will start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. Senator Woodson.
Senator Dave Woodson, District 33 in southwest New York County, going from Sanford to Parsonsfield along the New Hampshire border.
Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning.
All right. Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Representative Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, part of Livermore, and I'm here at the Capitol. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McRae.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Dave McRae. I live in Fort Fairfield up in the central part of Aroostook County, representing District 148. Good morning, all.
Morning. Representative Millett.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Millett. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning. I'm Tim Roach, District 7, Wells.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I am Sue Salisbury and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm here at the lovely state capitol. I'm Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of 12 towns and the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
Thank you. Also with us this morning is our clerk, Sam Baker, and he'll do his best, I'm sure, with any technical issues that you folks may encounter, as, including committee members. We'll also have folks providing information. Our analysts this morning are Hillary Risler and Sam Senfit, both with us. So what I'd like to do at this point then is open the hearing on LD 650. That is an act to increase funding for school construction projects. Excuse me. And that was I'm going to make it. I'm good, thanks. We'll start with the analysis of that bill.
That one is me, Senator. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if that's okay.
Please.
This is LD 650, the work session for LD 650, an act to increase funding for school construction projects. So this bill requires that the appropriation for the debt service allocation for school construction be placed in a separate account than the account for general purpose aid for local schools attributable to principal and interest costs for approved major capital projects. The committee heard testimony in favor of this bill. It was noted that there's many schools waiting in a list of applicants to receive state dollars for school construction. It was noted that since the last funding cycle for school construction projects in 2017 to 18, DOE's approved funding for less than 7% of applicant projects. It was noted that building projects provide jobs. It was also noted that schools need new ventilation systems. There was some additional data provided regarding applications. 2010 to 11, 71 applications for capital construction were received by DOE. Of those, 16 were funded. And in the 17 to 18 funding cycle, 74 applications were received and 5 funded. It was noted that new high schools are quite expensive and can cost between $80 and $100 million. It was also noted that debt service payments for capital construction projects are funded through general purpose aid. And it was suggested that an alternative option would be to create a separate capital improvement fund, capital reserve account, which can be built over time and drawn down. There were no opponents, but there was testimony neither for nor against. It was noted that currently principal and interest payments on state Board of Education approved projects are part of the total cost of education under the school funding formula. It was noted that the state and local shares calculated under that formula, and it can be found on the 279 printout, and the maximum amount available for payments on those projects is governed by the debt service ceiling that is found in statute, section 15905, and the department tracks the space that's available under that ceiling. It was noted that keeping debt service within the GPA ensures equitable distribution of resources. And finally, the department pays debt service on behalf of many school administrative units to the Maine Municipal Bond Bank. And this practice ensures that schools will not default on payments and helps ensure a favorable bond rating for the state as a whole. I've provided a link to the bill. I've also copied and pasted the current law, which is the section to be amended, which describes the way that debt payments are included within the school funding formula. I also included a link to a section of statute describing school construction. And this is a section of statute that establishes the debt service limits, and those change. Also included links to relevant DOE rules, new school siting approval, rules for major capital construction projects, as well as Maine School Facilities Program and School Revolving Renovation Fund. And the bill itself is pretty straightforward, and that is what I have for you. So I will stop share so that you can see each other and talk.
Do we have any questions of Sam at this time? None. Anything else? Any other questions? Discussion. Well, we're apparently we're either clear on this. Yes, I'm sorry, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Despite the wonderful synopsis and reading over, I still am not completely clear about the benefits of splitting this. It doesn't seem like this is creating more money. Of course, only the federal government can do that. So I wondered if there's someone on the committee who could indulge me in the most simplistic explanation, please. Thank you.
Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Senator. And I didn't necessarily want to answer Representative Dodge's question. I don't believe it does add any more money. But I think the sponsor of the bill is here, Representative Bailey, and we might want to give him an opportunity to try to answer that question.
We can invite Representative Bailey in.
Trying to get him back on, Representative Senator. He disappeared, but trying to get him back on.
Okay.
I would just note, Senator, it is accurate to say this doesn't create any more funds. It changes the way the funds are accounted for, but it doesn't create new funding in and of itself.
So I'll let Representative Crockett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Sam just kind of started to answer my question because I'm curious exactly how much is looking to be put aside for these construction projects. Is it a percentage based on the number of projects that have been approved in the past? I do agree with Representative Dodge. It appears to be a bit vague on exactly how much money is going to get moved from bucket A to bucket B.
Representative, so what it does is it moves the appropriation for the debt service allocation. So the funds that are put aside for the debt service for the capital construction projects, it puts them into a separate account. So it segregates them from the rest of the school funding. So, you know, I think there's different thoughts on how that might create more wiggle room for some of these projects, but I don't know that it's entirely clear. There may be, I think there may be some folks from the department also on the call who might be able to provide a little more information.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I add?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess I would just want to know how much we would be looking at that would be pulled out of the general fund and appropriated specifically for these projects. I don't know if that's a set fund, a set amount each biennium, or is it kind of random based on the number of projects that are proposed?
It changes it, so it's set in statute. That service allocation is set in statute, and I do believe Scott Brown is here from the department.
If Mr. Brown is available and can answer that, thank you.
Yes, this is Scott Brown. I was having a little trouble there with the specific. Could you go over the specific question again?
Yes, basically what we're looking for is if you can give us a dollar amount of how much money would be moved or increased. Yeah, well, I believe that was unclear in the bill. That would be that would need to be determined. This was, as my understanding, establishing another pot. It did not provide the details of the amounts of monies that would be entered into that. Sir, then while I have you, I'm going to ask a follow-up. So if you say it creates another pot, does it decrease the existing pot that's remaining? That would be that's a great question. I don't believe the specifics were built in to the bill. Thank you. We had a number of hands that were up. I'm going to try to remember them in order I saw them. It was Representative Brennan, Representative Stearns, I believe Representative McCray, and Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Senator. I just asked Mr. Brown to confirm this, but last year we increased the debt limit service for the state for $150 million from $125 million. And that debt service comes off the top of general purpose aid to education. So whatever total amount we allocate for GPA, the debt service comes off the top of that. And then local school districts that are awarded state funding for their project, they actually sell the bonds locally. And then with the state, that $150 million is used to pay the debt service on those bonds. So that's why when you see a 279 from a local school district, there would be a debt service allocation. That's because the state has decided to fund that particular project. So the limit's up to $150 million. But as Mr. Brown indicated, that would change each year depending on how many projects had been approved going forward. I can't speak for the sponsor of the bill, but what I thought he was attempting to do was to move that $150 million out of general purpose aid to education and create a separate account that would allow for debt service up to $150 million. So it didn't necessarily create any more money as much as it was just an accounting change. And the testimony has pointed out that from an accounting standpoint, having your capital improvements in a separate account from your operating expenses might make more sense. So that was my understanding of the bill. Does that, Sam, does that match up with yours?
Yes, precisely, Representative.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Stearns, please, followed by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank Representative Brennan for outlining exactly how that process works. And that was very helpful. What I read into the bill, and it was a little difficult to interpret, but what I read in is that the sponsor wanted to take out the debt service portion as counting toward the $150 million ceiling, which would require quite a fiscal note. I think that the debt service has to remain in that same account, because as debt is retired, that is what allows more projects to happen. So all the time debt is being paid off, and when it happens, that allows new projects to come into light. I recognize that our building stock is old. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I don't believe the answer is this bill at this time.
Thank you, sir. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interesting bill. I have a lot of questions, and I feel like the department needs to weigh in on this a lot more. This is a major move, so I cannot support this bill. I think it needs more clarity and definition.
Thank you. And I see, yes, Representative Brennan with a hand up.
Thank you, Senator. At this point, I would move ought not to pass on LD 705.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would second that motion.
So a motion's been made to for an ought not to pass at this time by Representative Brennan, seconded by Representative Stearns.
And Representative Salisbury had a question.
Thank you.
You just said LD 705. I think you meant LD 650.
I'm sorry, it's 650. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I don't know if that's why Sam was too.
I was still looking at the top of my list.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear which bill we were voting ought not to pass on.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Sam and I thinking alike.
I think Sam would have been there as well, but thank you. So again, we'll go back to clarify. The motion by Representative Brennan on LD 650 as vote ought not to pass at this time, seconded by Representative Stearns. Any further discussions? Sam, if you would, I'm going to ask for you to do the roll, but just to clarify, so if you are voting yes, you agree that the bill ought not to pass at this time. Anyone that feels differently would vote no. I think we're good, Sam, at this time.
All right, thank you, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
I vote yes, ought not to pass.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Representative Dodge votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson.
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. So it is unanimous of those present and voting, Senator, in favor of the motion.
Thank you, folks, very much. Record that. And that concludes the hearing on LD 650. And I'm gonna go back to my next ups. I got them on order. Next up, then we will open the hearing on LD 270. And 270 is an act to amend the Regional Adjustment Index to ensure school districts do not receive less than the state average for teacher salaries. And I believe we will hear from Hillary on this one.
Yes, that's correct. You actually have two bills in front of you today, both LD 270 and LD 566, with our both dealing with the regional adjustment, but in slightly different ways. And because those public hearings were held together, I actually just have one bill analysis that I'm going to share with you. All right, so this is LD 270 and LD 566. Both of these bills remove some outdated language from the law due to a change that went into effect during the 2012-2014 fiscal year. LD 270 requires that beginning in fiscal year 2022-23, when the Commissioner of Education makes the regional adjustment to the total operating allocation for each school administrative unit, the Commissioner may not make an adjustment that decreases a school administrative unit's allocation for teacher and other school level salary costs. LD 566 requires the same thing, but not beginning until fiscal year 2024-25. In between, LD 566 includes a transition period between those fiscal years of 2021-22 to 2024-25. And it requires the Commissioner to reduce the adjustment incrementally to zero between those fiscal years. LD 566 also requires the Commissioner to maintain the adjustment amount at the fiscal year 2021-22 amount for the subsequent 3 fiscal years for any school administrative unit for which the adjustment in fiscal year 2021-22 results in an increase in the unit's allocation for teacher and other school level salary staff costs. And if you are confused, I included a little drafter's note that basically says this is really confusing, and depending on what the committee wants to move forward with, we can clarify the language to make sure it says what you intend. I'm going to circle back to the language of the actual statute in just a moment to clarify a couple points. But first, I just want to go through the testimony to remind you. Proponents of the bill testify that while the system is designed to capture certain components of the cost of labor in these districts, they fail to capture other real costs of living, such as healthcare, transportation, heating, and weather maintenance costs. This disparity in the funding formula exacerbates teacher shortages. That communities in rural Maine struggle to find their schools, and the labor market adjustment amplifies this in communities that do not have the economic activity of more affluent areas. And that the idea of this bill came from a similar bill last session, and there were recommendations at that time were about including a minimum or a floor in regard to the regional adjustment. There was no testimony in opposition at the public hearing, but neither for nor against. There was some testimony that the labor market indices need to be reviewed because they have not been updated since they were adopted. But while the issue is complicated, now is a good time to adjust this component of the formula given the recent increase in teacher salary and the publication of the MEPRI report, which you received a presentation on a couple weeks ago. And the MEI proposed a specific alternative to the bills in front of you, including updating salary data, a bottom cap of a 0.93, a hold harmless provision, all to be implemented for the 2022-23 school year. And MEI also recommended requiring schools at the bottom cap to spend at least their full allocation on salaries. So I want to briefly pull up the actual statute that's being discussed here. And can you see Title 28, Section 15682?
Yes.
Okay, so what I've done here is I've crossed out the outdated language. And what you can see is that halfway through this paragraph, it says beginning in fiscal year 2012-2013, and for each subsequent fiscal year. So that's what that strike through is doing, is just getting rid of the way it was previously calculated. The only difference had to do with inclusion of benefits costs. And that was changed back in 2011, I believe. So there was a question that came up during MEPRI's presentation, and it had to do with the committee's role and what the committee may or may not need to do to make changes, and similarly, whether the commissioner could make any changes without legislative changes. And the answer is that this particular statute is pretty vague. It really is not very prescriptive in terms of how this adjustment gets made. All it says is that the commissioner shall make a regional adjustment in the total operating allocation for each school administrative unit, that the regional adjustment must be based on the regional differences in teacher salary costs for labor market areas in which the school administrative unit is located, as computed by a statewide Education Policy Research Institute, or MEPRI, and must be applied only to appropriate teacher salary costs. So that is all that the statute actually requires. So the commissioner could make some adjustments and make some changes if the commissioner was inclined to do so. You would have to ask the department if she is inclined to do so. I haven't heard anything along those lines. But it also means it raises a lot of confusion when we're talking about this index as a 1.0, 1.06, or 0.93, because that index is not currently codified in statute. And so one thing you want to think about is if you're leaning towards putting in a floor or a cap, and I'll mention I did forward an email, Representative Stearns had a proposed amendment, is sort of identifying what that index actually is, and so that everybody's referring to the same thing. And I think that's why there's been some confusion about how this adjustment works. So if you do want to put in a floor or cap, you want to make that explicit, that the index is based on the statewide average teacher salary, and then what that floor or cap would be. I would also note that if the committee wanted to make sure that, for example, the commissioner didn't make any changes, you would probably also want to do something legislatively to ensure that no change happened. But you might want to hear more from Joanne Allen in the department regarding their position on any of that. Just very briefly, before I turn it back over to you for discussion, we do have a preliminary fiscal impact statement on LD 270. And that does indicate, as you can see here, an increase in the teacher and other school level staff salary costs in fiscal year, beginning in fiscal year 2022-23 of $11,700,000. And with that, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Any questions of Hillary at this time? Oh, dear. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Hillary, Ms. Risler, if you could explain this to me, this is one part I haven't quite understood about all of this, or two parts to it. What you're basically saying is that the commissioner has the authority, or the commissioner should be making a recommendation on the adjustment to the regional costs for teachers.
Let me clarify it this way. The commissioner would not need any legislative changes to update the regional indexes.
And those regional indexes have not been updated since 2005.
MEPRI has done the data, but for the funding formula, those changes have not been implemented.
Okay, so neither the legislature or the commissioner have updated those indices since 2005 when they were first implemented.
Correct.
And when we're talking about those indices, we're talking about the teacher salary piece of it. We're not talking about labor market areas.
We're talking about the data that was presented in the MEPRI report that was published in November 2019, but you recently had a presentation on.
Okay. And if I have one follow-up question. So if the commissioner were to update those indices and they were included in the calculation of GPA and people's local allocation, why is there then an $11 million appropriation? What does the appropriate, why is there appropriation necessary if you're simply updating the data the same way that you would update any part of the data in GPA?
So the preliminary fiscal note is based specifically on LD 270. And LD 270 would not allow an adjustment below 1.0.
Right.
And so that is where that appropriation is funding. It's funding the additional funds that would be needed to bring anyone who's currently being funded at, for example, 0.93 up to 0.10.
But if you just said nobody's going to be below 1.0 and you used within the existing amount of money that's available, that theoretically you could do that computation, right?
Yeah, theoretically, if you said this is the amount you have and you have to distribute between the schools, then it would be distributed differently.
Okay, so this $11 million appropriation would be necessary in order to hold everybody at one and not to affect anybody in terms that would be having an increase.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
I would say in terms of if, I would want Rachel Tremblay to come be here and actually explain how she reached this number and how she made that calculation. I couldn't say that, but yes, that's, I believe, the basic idea.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Representative McCray, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this is almost the very same question as Representative Brennan. He kind of beat me to the punch, but I'd like to follow up on it just a little bit if I may. So, Ms. Risler, it's my understanding that this $11 million would kind of be, nobody gets lower than 1.0, therefore that's going to help the 0.93s, but hold harmless everybody else. Am I kind of on track with that?
And I'm muted, apologies. I do want to clarify though that that in addition to the 11 million appropriation, there would be an additional cost to the local school administrative units of approximately 10.9 million.
So,
And if, just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
yes,
So, and the local appropriations, if this were to pass, that would be required, correct?
I believe so, although I will look to Joanne Allen if I need to be corrected, but that is my understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. That clarifies it.
Because essentially it's increasing the total cost of education by 22.6 million.
any, I do see a hand up. Representative Brennan?
I'm sorry, I just thought of a second follow-up question. And I would like if we could have Joanne Allen come and answer the question that was raised by Ms. Risler in terms of that local share. Because that would be the local, the mill rate effort or the local share that would be increased in order to cover that 10 million. Is that correct? But maybe we should have Joanne Allen answer that. But if she could also answer, and or maybe Representative Stearns can answer this as well. I understand in Representative Stearns' amendment that he's recommending that the additional amount of money that would be allocated through this process and keeping everybody, I forget exactly what he had for it was 0.9 something. Can we then say that that money has to be used for teacher salary?
I would say from a drafting from a legislative perspective, yes, you can. It would be very unusual and not the way funds are traditionally allocated to schools.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After 15 years of looking at this particular issue, I think it's really heartening that we're at least having a good, serious discussion about it. I would really point to some of the pieces of the MEPRI report. One, it is extremely clear that the gap between salaries from the haves and the have-nots, if you will, is continuing to widen. And what we've developed now is a pattern where that widens for a while, and then someone comes along and says, oh my goodness, we've got to get these towns, school systems without resources to start paying their teachers. So the state imposes a minimum. And then the state subsidizes that because they know they don't have the resources at the local level to pay that minimum. So they drag them up. But meanwhile, salaries are continuing to increase by those school systems that have the wherewithal to be able to do that. And again, about a decade later, we drag the other folks up. My amendment would seek to end that pattern, if you will. It would take the existing amount of the existing indexes as they are, cap it at 1.09. The bottom would be, instead of down around 8.4 or 8.0, whatever it is now, would bring that up to 0.93 and leave it. This would not prevent more affluent school systems from continuing to do the right thing by their teachers to get the very best possible education they can for their kids. I don't believe it would slow down negotiations in those areas one bit. It's going to continue to happen. But what it would do would be to freeze in time this widening of the gap. And a close look at that MEPRI report shows that. The other piece in my amendment that I swiped from the good folks at the MEA, and it's a legitimate concern, is if we as a state allocate more money to the to folks with lesser means, and you're not using that towards salaries, hey, that doesn't seem quite right. So as Hillary mentioned, it's kind of a unique way to do funding, and we might want to consider having that be a targeted fund. If it's not allocated in that way, the remainder is returned back to the state, to the general fund. But that would be, in my opinion, the correct way to drive those rural salaries up a little bit without having every 10 years to have to impose that from the top down and subsidize it that way. So again, it's heartening to hear about this. When I would ask you too to calculate when we calculate, what's the loss, what's the winner and loser? Rural schools, go back for 15 years and tally that up for some of those schools. And you talk about losers, holy moly, they've been getting slammed for 15 years. In my legislative district, I have a very low receiving district. They have $1.9 million of property valuation behind every student. In my neighboring district, my colleague, Dr. Evans, has a school system with $300,000 of property valuation behind every student. 300,000 as opposed to 1.9 million, just up in our area. So the discrepancies are great. I'll be quiet, but again, I'm really heartened that we're at least having this conversation.
Thank you. Any other questions? I know that there was a request, and I'm going to have to go back to Representative Brennan. Did you want to try to get a hold of Joanne Allen now, or are we looking at having that conversation?
She's here.
She is. Okay.
She is.
So if she's able to come in, she might be able to clarify that information for us. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not sure of how much you're able to hear when you're kind of waiting. You feel that you are confident in terms of understanding the current question?
I believe so. So let me start, and then someone can put me back on track if I get off. So first of all, I want to say that between Hillary and Representative Stearns and Representative Brennan, you don't need me. Everybody got all of that correct. So this is going to raise, as we're looking at it right now, not talking about Representative Stearns' amendment, the total cost of education by $22.6 million. So if we don't offset that with an increase in the state share, it will fall all to the local side, and the mill expectation would go up accordingly. So the fiscal note that you're looking at assumes a 51.83% state share of that 22.6, with 10.9 being the local share. So that's the first part. The next thing I want to talk about a little bit is Representative Stearns' proposal, and thinking about if we make an adjustment that results in an increase, tying that to salaries. Remember that all of this work with the salary matrix and the regional adjustment takes place on page 1 of the ED 279. And on page 1, we're calculating a per pupil rate. So while it's not impossible to tie this back to local salary spending, it would be a bit of a challenge because we're looking at a rate that is made up of not just this component, but also per pupil amounts for operation and maintenance, co and extracurricular, substitutes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we'd have to massage that a little bit and maybe enlist some help from MEPRI on how we could tease that out. And also remember, this per pupil rate carries through into other things on the 279. So it's going to carry through to the special education allocation. So it's in instances where the per pupil rate goes up as a result of this, it's going to push out more allocation under special ed. So it's going to have a ripple effect in the formula. So I just want you to think about that a little bit. The other thing we have to think about a little bit in Representative Stern's proposal is that when MEPRI presented, they talked about the labor market data itself. So what we're using right now in the formula are old labor market areas, if you will. And there have been some shifts in communities that belong to different labor market areas. So there are actually some new areas. So we'd have to think about, do we want to make this adjustment, if you choose to, under what we're using currently for labor market areas or the updated ones that MEPRI had? Nothing is uncomplicated here, is it? So let me stop there and let you ask for clarification.
Questions at this time, folks? Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allen, thank you very much for being here. I always, in these discussions, I always love to see your face with us. So I guess my concern is in this overall funding of schools. I mean globally, when money comes for various reasons, it's kind of strange, you know, how certain amounts of money are sent to districts, even though the formula says it's because of student to teacher ratio. It doesn't mean that any money coming from the state is going to affect student to teacher ratio. It's just, that's what you're going to get. Now you spend it where you want. And in my term on this committee, there has been quite a bit of concern about moving teacher salaries in the poorer paying districts of the state, and they do not all have to be rural. I know of districts downstate in the more populated area that their salary scales are terribly low compared to right almost next door, very high ones. So I would hate, I like the idea of designating these changes, if they're generated by teacher salary matrices, I'd like to see them go towards that, even though, as you say, it probably will be a pain to tease them out. So would you comment on that? Or I guess I don't have to ask a question, but I'm just curious on your reaction.
Well, as I said, it will be a bit of a challenge, and I'm not going to say that anything is impossible, and we could certainly explore some ways with MEPRI to do that. They are pretty good statistically, as you know, with data. Or else look at some other policy levers that you might think about to incent those salaries. I was just looking at the PICUS report to see what they might have said about that. Additional incentives for effective teachers, that might be a way to target something more specifically that's not hidden in a per pupil rate. Just other, maybe more clear targeted funding or something like that.
Any other, Representative McCray, do you have a follow-up?
Well, I do, but it's very tangential to my first line of questioning. Back 2 or 3 years ago, there was a pretty good push to have a statewide teacher contract. And comments were made by people from more affluent regions that this would be great because it would raise the salaries up in the rural parts of the state. And this, no kidding, was actually mentioned that this would allow the more wealthy communities to beautify their neighborhoods better and attract more tourists. And it went right through the roof for me. So I'm really concerned that if it's needed, wherever it's needed, I think we can make a case for it. But it ought to have something to do with education. And that's a comment about the equity that we're talking about here. So, thank you.
Yes, Representative Stearns, followed by Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of points. One thing that's, you know, I mentioned that I'm very grateful we're having serious discussion about it to quote, stop the bleeding, if you will. And Joanne did a great job of explaining how complex that is as you take that per pupil rate and put that all the way through the various components of the formula. It has an effect in many, many ways. But I would ask us to just step back. What if this regional adjustment had never occurred and there was determined in the state of Maine a flat pupil rate and the adjustments were made from there? That would hold, in my mind, a great deal of sense. I don't think we're ever going to be back there for strictly political reasons. But if we just had a flat student rate, here's what it costs to educate a kid in Maine. Earlier, I sent out to the committee an analysis that showed one of the more wealthy communities in the most wealthy community in the state of Maine, as opposed to a rather impoverished one in Somerset County. And the per pupil rate to educate a child, it was $1,300 a year more in the most affluent community. Now, from a student perspective, I would say, what is it with that community that makes those students so that they need so many more resources in order to attain the learning results? So when you look at it from a student perspective, I would eliminate the whole first page, have a flat student rate. And if you think about that, then if you wanted to have a standalone piece of legislation saying that the wealthiest communities and school system in the state of Maine have very high teacher costs that they have negotiated, and we would like to have the state of Maine subsidize that and see if that flies. And it probably would. It would probably, I don't know. In politics, it might pass. But if you think about it that way, from a seminal viewpoint of starting back in 2004, 2005, with the notion that essential programs and services were going to put the amount behind each student necessary to attain the learning results, I would just like folks to look at it through that lens. Thanks.
Thank you. I have Representative Crockett, followed by Representative Millette and Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is a challenging one to follow with respect to those very interesting possibilities. Just trying to figure out how we could move forward or whether we need to wait on this particular bill. Ms. Allen, do we know when we will have the updated labor market numbers so that we can kind of mesh into the equation?
I thought that Amy Johnson from MEPRI said that was in their work plan for this year. So I don't have that document right in front of me to verify that, but I think I remember her saying that was in the work plan.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't disagree more strongly with Representative Stearns at this moment in my own imagination. So, way back when I first arrived on the scene in the State House, the 125th legislature decided to invest over $500,000 in an analysis of our education funding formula. Happened before I arrived on the scene, but as Senate Chair, it's kind of put in my lap in terms of guiding the process, and it lasted for 4 years. One of the things that echoes through my head to this day was that PICUS came back and said, your EPS funding, your EPS methodology and allocation methodology is a national example. It comes the closest that almost any state has come to in terms of equitable assessment of cost and then distribution. Now, mind you, one of the things that I try to keep in mind is the essential programs and services model is only that. It's the minimum what the state believes is necessary. So there are many districts, affluent, middle of the road, less, not in some even not affluent, that spend more than what the department costs out as for the cost of education. And I don't think those decisions are because districts decide their students need more frivolously. It's because they understand that students need more to achieve a well-rounded public education. So I don't want to blame them. I don't want to penalize them or look askant at them because they have decided to spend more than what the EPS model has calculated. The flat pupil rate is what many states across the country who have been sued for lack of appropriate investment into their public schools. I would not go along with that. I will fight tooth and nail to roll us back to something that has been deemed inappropriate in other states. We have a model that recognizes districts that have more English language learners, more economically disadvantaged students require additional resources. I come from a district that doesn't have that, but I believe that model is fair. And it redirects money away from my district. On top of that, once this calculation of the cost of education is arrived at, we then use property valuation as a way to assess a district's ability to pay. And this is where we get really messed up. Right? I just want to back up. Picus also said that we were under costing public education in Maine by the tune of about $300 million, which is why that current administration never talked again about the Picus report. Was not the news that people wanted to hear. So we have this allocation methodology based on property valuation. And back when Picus was doing this study, there was a general consensus in the committee and in the stakeholder groups that if we included income, personal income, median personal income in those areas as a way of further fine-tuning ability to pay, would result in a more equitable allocation. And to our shock, they came back and said it actually makes it worse. It actually skews the allocation away from where everybody thought it should be going. And the final thing they said to us was, there are three stools to this discussion. One is the EPS model, one is the allocation methodology, and the third leg is property tax relief. Because the use of property valuation sweeps in people who don't necessarily have the ability to pay, which I believe is accurate. And so the Education Committee crafted a memo to the Taxation Committee, and the chairs presented that memo to the Taxation Committee saying, we really want you to pay more attention to this area of public tax policy because it's critically linked to education policy and education funding policy. So back to the labor market adjustment. This is part of the calculation of the cost of education. I would be really interested to know, after everything plays out, how much money are we really talking in terms of allocation to districts? when you start including the swings in property valuation. I would also like to have a better understanding of Representative Stern's proposal in terms of the net cost and how many districts, the win-loss column that MEPRI put together. Because I don't believe the 0.93 with a ceiling of 1.09 was included in that matrix. I could be wrong. I have to look again. And I also would, for the new labor market numbers. I do recognize that we're working off of some very old numbers, and that just doesn't seem good public policy. We need to update it. But I also want to make sure we don't have unintended consequences and end up harming districts that are really making their best efforts with their students and their communities. You know, there are in some of these, in some of the rows of this matrix, and it can be anywhere from 88 loser districts that are hurt and above. And 88 in my mind is too many, especially when we're talking about bare minimum education funding. So I know I went on long, but as you can tell, I feel pretty passionately about this. And I have lived through this conversation. This is my 6th year of living through this conversation. I would like us to do something, but I want to make sure we do it in a way that does no harm and no unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. I had, well, hand is down. Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator Millett. One of the pieces you mentioned on that from the Picus report was that they determined that we were underfunding education in Maine. I believe that was absolutely accurate. And again, affected the property tax. One of the things I had asked for through my representative when that report was done was to give an analysis of when we do not fund at the 55% level, from a student perspective, who is affected more by that? And I know the answer. That's why I wanted the question posed through some statistical analysis group. It's patently clear that a poorer district that is playing with a slimmer margin closer to the 100% EPS rate, if we're not up to the 55% level, those students and faculty would tend to suffer more than those who have the wherewithal to be able to counter that lack of the state of Maine, if you will, playing their part and coming up to the 55%. I would ask the committee to take another way to look at this would be, what if we were a small town called Maine with 1,300,000 residents in our town, and you were on the school board? Would you think it would be a good idea to have to send dollars to this community school as opposed to that community school in our little town of Maine? I don't think that's the way things would work. And my last point, I guess, would be, if we're going to discuss this on the revenue side, maybe we should on the expenditure side too. We talked about $100 certification fee for teachers. Maybe teachers in the Machias area should only be paying $80 for a certification. I don't know of any other state contract with state police, with anybody that makes an adjustment based on where you live in the state of Maine.
Any other questions at this time? Not sure we're any closer to where we want to be. Representative Dodge, followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there someone who can clarify about the subcategories in the strategic areas that we're talking about, to make sure that, as Representative McCray said, we now regroup to reflect more accurate information, not just in labor market, in teacher salary? Should we have some discussion about making sure that all of those subgroups are going to be adjusted in the MEPRI report that they're doing? Thank you.
Representative Brennan, followed by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for Ms. Allen. When you mentioned the fact that if we did make this adjustment or we followed Representative Stern's amendment, which is to guarantee the money to teachers, you said the ripple effect would affect special education. Does that mean that $11 million fiscal note becomes very different?
Yes, the fiscal note doesn't take that into account of the increase in the per pupil rate playing out through the rest of the funding formula. And another point that I failed to make earlier that I think bears talking about right now, when we're thinking about tying this to local salary expenditures, remember that we have a great number of minimum receivers in the school funding formula. And those minimum receivers, no matter what we do in the formula, unless we do it to special education, don't receive an increase in allocation. So changing the labor market index for a minimum receiver is not going to net them any more subsidy except in the special ed allocation if they're a minimum special ed receiver. Some are minimum debt service receivers, some are a combination of receivers. So there's that to consider too.
Okay, if I could make one quick follow-up, but the other thing in the MEPRI report, it pointed out that some of the issues with teacher salaries or hiring teachers and paying teachers were not just the salaries, but it was just a human capital issue of attracting people and having people, so that even if you were paying $100,000, you still might have difficulty attracting people just because of shortages within the labor market. But the suggestion you made of creating a pool, let's just say that legislature set aside $10 million for teacher salary. Would that mean that if you were in Madawaska and they wanted to pay somebody $50,000 a year, they could do that and then draw on that particular pool, as opposed to then making all these other adjustments within the regional adjustment? Is that generally the idea? Ms. Allen?
I think that if you were going to do something like that, you'd need some pretty specific guardrails about that, either in statute, you know, how that would happen, because in theory, you could have an inequitable access to that sort of fund.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Ms. Allen and Representative Stearns, Brennan, and Millette for their information and knowledge. This is a very important issue and has been for years, very complicated. I think there's a lot of unanswered answers or unanswered questions that we need to look at here. My feeling is to carry this over and get stakeholders together and to look at this with updated information. I'd hate to see this voted yes or no, actually, with the information that we have and the information we don't have. So I'd just like maybe some thoughts from the other committee members on this.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Stearns, please.
I would concur with Senator Woodson. It is complex. And many, every time you turn this around, it's like a diamond. You turn around, you get a little bit different look. Sometimes it's a lump of coal. Sometimes it shines pretty well, but it might be well worth our while to take a step back and really take our time and see if we can get this right on behalf of the students of Maine.
Thank you. I had Representative Brennan, followed by Representative Dodge.
I'll defer to Representative Dodge at this point, Senator.
Thank you. Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Brennan. You may rue that day or that moment. Can someone please suggest, if I am understanding correctly, perhaps Representative Stearns can help with LD 566. With your amendment, Representative Stearns, would it be your opinion that we will no longer need this, that we'll be able to transition this transition period going to incrementally to 0? With your amendment, can we do that? Is that what we're looking to do, or shouldn't that be perhaps the bill we eliminate? How do you address that, please? Thank you.
Oh, okay to proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yes, its question was directed to you, so.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it was a great question. That's a piece that was not included in my amendment, and that transitional piece. And if we did take a little more time and work this, that might be part of the puzzle. That if there are those that gain and those that don't gain, some step down or step up strategy might make this much more palatable and easier on budget creation on both pieces. So it's a very good point. Your second point, Representative Dodge, and I believe we should probably get at this as a committee, is to let's use one of these, either 270 or 566, as the vessel to move forward in. And I would recommend that we might just as well use 270 at this point. But I'm really not partial to either one. But I think the committee ought to kill the other one today, and let's move forward. So we're only talking about one LD. I hope I answered your question. I seem to have bored Senator Rafferty enough anyway that.
Well, I will.
You certainly did not. I just caught, the phone rang. I thought I was being called to that other hearing, but my apologies. But no, I'm just
waiting to be
feel a little bit confused, but I'm going to take the next question, and I think we might have, I think we're all headed in the same direction, I believe, but I want to entertain next question. Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. At this point, I was going to make a motion to table 270 with the amendment offered by Representative Stearns, with the intent or the possibility that the committee will carry the bill over, vote to carry the bill over at some point, and that will be fairly focused in terms of what questions we might be asking the department, MEPRI, or others to answer for us over the next year. So I think the first step is just simply to table 270. And then I would follow that up with a motion of ought not to pass on 566. So my first motion is to table 270.
Thank you, sir. Representative Stearns.
I would second that tabling motion. And a question for the chair, do we currently have both of these open? Both 270 and 566, or?
No, technically, the only one really open is 270 at this time. We had a combined analyst report, but technically the only hearing open at this time is 270. So I'd like to.
Knowing that, then certainly table 270 and the rest of Representative Brennan's piece on 566. I believe we'll have to close out the hearing on 270.
That's correct. That's correct. And I'll make a second motion. Yes.
Yeah. Very good.
So we have had a motion by Representative Brennan to table 270, and that was seconded by Representative Stearns. Before I move for a vote on that, I do see a hand up by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a question for Representative Brennan on his motion. Do we need to specify who is going to be working on this project, and in order to get the appropriate stakeholders involved?
Senator Rafferty, if I could answer that question, I think our intent, Senator Woodson, would be to schedule another work session on 270 and to answer those questions of how we go forward, if we want to carry the bill over, and what type of work we'd like to see done and who would be involved with that if we carry the bill over. So I can't answer all those questions today, but I think Senator Rafferty would schedule this bill for another work session to try to answer those questions.
Okay, thank you very much. That's much clearer, and I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to move the motion in terms of by Representative Brennan to table 270 as it stands currently with the amendment. I'm sorry, with the amendment that Representative Stearns had added. And that was seconded by Representative Stearns. So we need a majority to approve that. And I'm just going to ask for a show of hands and hold them up, please, as I'll say your name. Senator Woodson, Senator Rafferty, Representative Lyman, Representative Sampson, Representative McRae, Representative Dodge, Representative Salisbury, Representative Crockett, Representative Stearns, Representative Brennan, Representative Millette, and Representative Roach. Seeing no hands in opposition, the motion to table carries. And I'll call upon Representative Brennan at this time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ought not to pass on LD 566.
Thank you. The motion was made by Representative Brennan. I have Sam, did I see your hand up? Okay. It's not.
I was just going to say, Senator, you might need to close the hearing.
Oh.
And then open the hearing for the next bill.
Oh, that's
Thank you, kind sir.
No problem.
I'm going to close the hearing on LD 270 and open the hearing. I just lost my numbers. Here we go. We're talking Joseph. 566. The hearing on LD 566 is now open.
Work session. Work session.
Work session. Thank
Work
you very much.
session.
Oh, boy.
So I'll make the same motion, ought not to pass on LD 566.
So the motion by Representative Brennan to ought not to pass has been made. Do I have a second? Representative Millette. So the motion has been made, ought not to pass on 566. It's been seconded by Representative Millette. Any further discussion? So Sam, can we call the roll on this, please? So if a yes vote would mean you favor it, ought not to pass, and a no vote would mean we'll continue.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
I vote yes, ought not to pass.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Representative Dodge votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson.
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. So it is unanimous of those present and voting, Senator, in favor of the motion.
Thanks again very much, Sam, for your help and everyone. So let's close the hearing on LD 566. The work session on LD 566. I'm hearing hearings in my left ear and reading faces in front of me. In any case, I am going to, just based on what I'm hearing in my other ear, I'm going to step aside. I am going to be testifying momentarily at a hearing in front of the Utilities Committee. And I'm going to ask that Representative Brennan take us through the last LD we'll hear this morning. That would be 705.
Well, good luck, Senator Rafferty,
Thank you
wherever you're going. and hurry back. So I will open the work session on LD 705, and we'll look to Mr. Senate for his analysis.
Thank you, Representative. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen. All right, this is LD 705, resolved to improve air quality and ventilation in Maine's public schools. And I'll just note, this is Representative Millette's bill, and she is obviously here. This resolve directs the Department of Education to amend its rule chapter 125 basic approval standards, public schools and school administrative units to require standards governing air quality and ventilation for all schools, including schools with mechanical and non-mechanical ventilation systems. It requires these standards to apply to all public schools and to apply no earlier than July 1st, 2022 and no later than July 1st, 2026. Makes the rules adoptive major substantive and requires the department to present the provisionally adopted rules for final adoption to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs by January 4th, 2022. The committee heard testimony in favor of the bill, noting that current DOE rules only prescribe that there should be sufficient air changes to produce healthful conditions and avoid odors or concentrations of toxic substances or dust particles, but there is no definition of healthful condition, which leaves room for ambiguity and inconsistent interpretation. It's noted that ventilation is an effective tool in mitigating the risk of radon poisoning. There were data presented that showed that according to research, people spend about 90% of their time indoors, and as such, indoor air quality, which is shortened to IAQ throughout, has a significant impact on quality of life. It was noted that many people in Maine have asthma, according to the 2020 American Lungs Association State of the Air report. About nearly 20,000 Maine children and over 130,000 adults have asthma. It was also noted that according to the US EPA, a school's physical environment, including heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, can impact academic performance both negatively if conditions are poor and positively if conditions are good. It was stated that many of Maine's public school buildings suffer from sick building syndrome as a result of aging facilities, including aging ventilation. It was noted that in the last legislature, there was a change made to section 15915, which had the consequence of potentially limiting the private sector's ability to fix Maine schools. And I did include some more information on that change further down, and I will review that. It was noted that testing has found sufficient deficiencies in air in classrooms in Maine, and that specifically was noted that logged CO2 levels, which is a surrogate for fresh air, are too high. A number of commenters noted that Maine tends to keep ventilation systems in place too long, and that many of the ventilation systems are quite old and degraded. In terms of specific recommendations for ventilation standards, the ASHRAE 62.1 standard was noted as the standard used by architects and engineers nationwide, and that is part of the MUBEC, the Maine Uniform Building and Energy Code, which I will provide a little more information on further down as well. Notably, it was also stated that about 22% of Maine schools rely on natural ventilation, so they don't have mechanical ventilation in the classroom. The need for a more comprehensive assessment of school facilities was noted. And it was also stated that it can be hard to fix a lot of the systems in Maine because they're old, and it's hard to find parts to fix or replace those ventilation systems. It was also recommended that a review of Chapter 125 also examine Chapters 61 and 64 to make sure that everything is in alignment in terms of the DOE regs. It was recommended replacing generic language in Chapter 125 requiring HVAC systems to be maintained and in compliance with HVAC regulation and rules with specific references to the ASHRAE standards. Let's see. There was no testimony opposed. There was testimony neither for nor against. It was noted that improved circulation by itself doesn't fully protect against COVID-19. It was stated that the virus should not trigger a requirement that all ventilation standards be changed for existing schools, and that ultimately these costs will be borne by local property taxpayers. It was stated that decisions on priorities for investment in school buildings should remain the purview of local boards based on recommendations from the superintendent following guidelines from the state. Coronavirus relief funding and ESSER funding to combat COVID-19, it was noted that SAUs in Maine have received a significant amount of money, about $546 million. And also noted was that each SAU has worked to try to evaluate their existing ventilation standards and to identify areas where improvement is needed. The department did also note that they don't have a mechanical engineer on staff and would therefore have difficulty developing specific standards for air quality and ventilation for schools statewide within their own regulations. It was asked what percentage of Maine schools have inefficient ventilation systems. There's been no broad review of ventilation systems in Maine school buildings. It was noted that about 22% of schools don't have any mechanical ventilation systems. But it's difficult to say of those that do have mechanical ventilation systems, how efficient they are and how old they are. Although testimony did indicate that a fair number of schools do have HVAC systems older than 5 years old, which is the point at which a system is not operating at target efficiency. So as noted previously, LD 1593 and the 129th made changes to the requirements for private investments in schools. It increased the allowable cap significantly to 10 million from 1.5 million, but it also added language subjecting projects to that cap in addition to buildings. And I did include a link to that language. Representative Brennan, I do see that Representative Millette has a hand up, so I may, if I stated something wrong, perhaps. No.
No, I didn't raise it out of concern. I just wanted to make sure I had a chance to speak after Sam. That's all.
Yeah. Right.
I just wanted to, in case I was misstating something, wanted to catch it right away.
So Sam, go ahead.
So the Technical Building Codes and Standards Board, I did include a link to that board, which is tasked with incorporating the MUBEC, which does include the ASHRAE standards that were referenced in testimony. Those are the specific indoor ventilation standards for acceptable air quality. So they are part of the current MUBEC. And I think sometimes when we talk about the MUBEC, there's some confusion over when it applies. So in Maine, the MUBEC is required for all municipalities. What's not required is enforcement in smaller municipalities of under 4,000 residents. So it's a slight difference there. So it is not enforced in smaller municipalities. But when a school building is built now, it would need to adhere to the MUBEC. I think what this bill does is it includes a requirement that ventilation standards stay up to date, not just when there's a major renovation or a new building. It's an ongoing, it would be an ongoing requirement. I did include links to the DOE rules, and I pulled out this section here that talks about air quality in 125. And it's not terribly specific. It states that each room used for instructional purposes shall have significant air changes to produce healthful conditions and avoid odors or concentrations of toxic substances or dust particles. Temperature shall be kept at a level that provides a comfortable environment. And if the HVAC systems are mechanically driven, they shall be maintained and in compliance with HVAC's regulations and rules. But those regulations and rules are not further defined. So I think it's a little unclear what the reference standard is. So what this bill does is it requires the DOE to state what that standard is. And it suggested that that would be the ASHRAE 62.1. I also include references to related rules, chapter 60, new school siting, as well as rules for major capital construction projects. And there is some language in 61 which requires that costs necessary to bring a building in conformance with current state recognized building and safety codes should be included in the project budget. And again, that would be the MUBEC. I also included the reference stated the air report card for Maine from the American Lung Association, just for you to have on hand. And that is what I have for you. So I will stop sharing so you can see each other and talk.
Well, thank you very much for that analysis. We appreciate it. So at this point, are there any questions? I just want to focus on questions at this point for Mr. Seneff due to his analysis. Representative Millette, did you have a question for him? Okay, then if you could just wait for 1 second, we'll get back to you. So are there questions from members of the committee? Okay, seeing none. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had quite a comprehensive amount of testimony, and I just want to be very clear about what this bill does do and does not do. This doesn't put into statute any specific requirements. It's very important that we don't do that because, as we know, technical standards and technology change over time, and we don't want to have to be changing statute every time the industry upgrades or has a better understanding of how to deal with air quality. It does not it does not demand that the department develop its own standards. It just simply says there must be standards. This all came to me because of, yes, it was raised up again for me due to the pandemic. It was clear that the air exchange was a critical aspect to the healthy environment in our schools. And I quickly realized that we had some very vague language in our rules and regulations, particularly Chapter 125. It refers to HVAC regulations and rules, but when I asked Scott Brown what those were, there actually is nothing defined. And so I just simply want the department to engage the wonderful experts who came forward and beyond to testify on this bill, to discuss whether it's enough to simply refer to ASHRAE or if there needs to be some other language included, and then come back to the committee with some new rulemaking. Very grateful for the State Board of Education raising Chapter 61 and 65 as well. That I was not aware of, so I think probably would welcome an amendment to include those two areas. And again, I'm not specifying what the regulations need to be. I think that's up to the experts to meet with the department, have that conversation, and come back to us. That's all I wanted to say, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, any questions for our analyst, or any questions that were raised in his presentation? And thank you very much for that. That was just a hair complicated, and I almost got to the point that I understood all of it. So thank you. I appreciate that. So if there are no further questions, I would entertain a motion at this point. Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the motion,
Okay.
just so that I can be clear on the language and the intent of this, it is for us to establish more clear standards, have the Department of Education do that. It doesn't result in increased funding, but it establishes where we're at regarding air quality in schools, so that then at that point, if we define the problem, we can then attack it if need be. And I suspect the need is there. Is that clear?
If I could, Representative McCray, if for 1 second I'd allow Representative Millette to respond to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Stearns, for the question. Yeah, that's absolutely it. I mean, really, it was a result of me going into the rules, seeing a reference to HVAC regulations and rules, and finding out that there aren't any. So it's just simply closing that loop of saying, and this is what we mean by that. And again, I would rely on Scott and working with the Maine Indoor Air Quality Council and the MSMA and anyone else who wants to, get into this process of discussing what should be those regulations and rules, and then coming back to us, and we can have a chance to weigh in at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had Representative McCray and then Representative Sampson, and then Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this is premature, but when you are ready for a motion, I would like to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. So we'll defer the motion to address the two questions from Representative Sampson, Representative Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and just listening to all of this, yes, it's obvious that air quality is something important. I don't think that's something that school administrations or teachers or anyone working in a school environment would not agree with. My concern is that we have a wide array of schools, from your urban to your very rural, with a host of variables. And I would prefer to leave it at the local level. I don't think that we need to do something like this. There are some simple measures that schools have already taken up, and I think we should just leave it at the local level.
Thank you, Representative Sampson. Representative Woods, Senator Woodson.
I simply would second Representative McCray's motion when he makes it.
Okay. That we'll reserve your place then to second the motion. And I'll go back to Representative McCray. And if you'd like to make a motion, you already have
Yeah.
a second, so that's pretty good.
Well, that's a leg up. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyway, I move that LD 705 ought to pass and would like to speak to my motion.
Okay, and we'll first have a second.
I know, if I may, Mr. Chair, it's as amended because of
amended, yes.
61 and 65. Thank you.
Right.
As amended. Thank you.
And so
I second it.
thank you. Appreciate that. And Representative McCray wanted to speak to his motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The thing I like most about this whole LD is the fact that it isn't coming in with a sledgehammer saying, by God, we're going to do something right now, today, tomorrow, whatever, as soon as possible. It's to look at where we should be going over the next few months and come back to us with some firm information that we don't really have right now. I look at things and it's going to be like, wow, you're getting pretty big here. I look at stuff like the lead in the pipes and stuff of Flint, Michigan, and it was okay, and it was okay, and it was okay, and it was okay, and then, oh my God, it's not okay. Or I look at the waste deposit in Orrington, Maine over a period of 40 years. I remember when that chemical plant was developed and it was the greatest thing on earth until it wasn't. Or even if we wanted to get really global and take a look at how okay it was for tobacco products to be used and it was totally harmless. I don't want to be part of doing nothing when it comes to air quality. We know it's got to be improved. So that's why I vehemently support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Are there any other comments on the motion? The motion by Representative McCray is ought to pass as amended on LD 705 is seconded by Senator Woodson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Sam, would you read or call the roll?
Yes, Representative. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes.
So with a majority of the committee voting in favor of the bill, the motion does prevail. So thank you, everybody on the committee, for your work this morning and patience, and in particular, our staff analyst, Mr. Senate, did a great job. Thank you. Oh, you got a question? Or is that a vote?
I had a quick fiscal note when you have a minute.
A quick fiscal note, what? Review?
Just to go over, yep.
Okay. So before we officially adjourn, does anybody have any questions? We are coming back at 1 o'clock and we have 2 MEPRI reports to work through. And then we have work session Wednesday morning, and we do have public hearings on Wednesday afternoon. And I do apologize for all the mail that everybody's receiving on LD 604. It was not my intent that would become such a controversial issue. I thought it was a fairly small proposal, but we may be having a number of people testify on that tomorrow. And we also have the public hearing on the rule change to Rule 115, all the certification stuff, which also might take up a little bit of time. So any questions between now and 1 o'clock? Pardon? No. Okay. So Sam Baker, you had a question or a comment?
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I was just going to say this is the same Zoom link that we're using this afternoon. This is the Zoom that you'll return to. And also, I don't know if Sam Seneff needs the minority report for that last vote. That wasn't clearly stated.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for catching that. Representative Sampson, on LD 705, the minority report would just be ought not to pass?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And so Sam Seneff, you had a fiscal review for us on
Yes,
what bill?
it's 380. It's let me just do a quick screen share. This will take, I think, just a second. So this is the bill that originally started as an act to change the statutory cap on virtual public charter school enrollment and turned into resolve to establish the remote learning task force. This is the fiscal note on that the bill is amended. So the fiscal note is the typical cost for a legislative study, which is $27.50. And then there's just language here that simply notes that there is a finite amount of funds for legislative studies. So whether those funds will be sufficient to fund this study as well as any other study that is requested will depend on how many studies are asked for. That is the typical language you would see in a study. And that's that.
Okay, so the cost is about $2,700?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Any questions regarding that fiscal note? Seeing none. It is not 12 o'clock, so I don't know what to do for us to stop before 12 o'clock. If we should continue to speak and talk till 12 o'clock. But it's unusual for us to have a full hour for lunch. So I hope everybody makes good use, and we will see everybody at 1 o'clock. Take care. And Senator, we are done, and we're coming back at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I thank you very much.
Great. How'd it go?
Went well. They're still going, but it went well. They got about
Right.
20 people behind me, so nice to get out
Well,
a little
the
quicker.
one advantage of being a legislator is you get to go to the front of the line.
Yeah, so you can come back to this one. Thank you.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
I'm going to send you an email right now.
About
Scheduling for tomorrow. LD 816.
LD 816.
It's Senator Rafferty's bill
Right.
on Act to Improve Communications.
Yeah.
Senator Rafferty's not going to be available tomorrow. Do you want to push that?
Does he want to do that?
We're live right now. I just want to.
Oh.
So
Okay.
that's why I was going to send you an email.
Okay. And then it's okay, but you asked me about 1189. And it can just go forward as a DOE amendment.
Okay. Will do.
I need to remember that we're live. How are we doing?
Yes. Yes, Senator, it's just one of those technical things. Once it starts, there's no way to shut it off.
No
So
problem. That's all right. Could have an outage statewide.
That's right.
that's very true.
That was weird, wasn't it? It's amazing how much that it actually halted our so-called system.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and how are you?
Good. Senator Rafferty, Representative Stearns, do we want to meet for scheduling after today's presentation?
If we can do that, I think that'll be fine. Yeah.
Great.
I think so.
Thank you much. I'm going to turn off my audio and video for the presentation, but here if you need me.
Hillary, I got a question for you. In terms of, we don't have this report currently, correct?
She just sent out an email.
Oh,
Correct. I don't think you have a hard copy yet.
okay, thank you.
But Amy did send out an email this morning with some handouts and the full report.
All right, I'm not have
So,
time.
Hillary, when did you say for scheduling?
After today's presentation?
Joe, we're supposed to have a caucus.
Oh, you are correct.
But if you gave us, if you said like, if we get this done by 3 o'clock, we could do it like at 4 o'clock or something.
Sure.
Or
Just let us, yeah.
Do you-
I'll also say you do have the 1 week advertising deadline, and I think we're good for next week. So it's not fatal if you run out of time.
Okay. Well, I think we probably could try, if we get done with this thing, if we formally said like 4 o'clock or something, we could probably do it.
Sound like a plan?
We'll have to confirm that with Senator Woodson as well, though.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that, Representative Stearns? Thank you.
That'd be fine.
Thank you.
Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
I just want to let you know I'm going to be testifying for a bill sometime between 1 and whenever I get called. So I'll be stepping out.
Don't you like that? When I get called, I know the feeling. I was hard this
I'm
morning.
hoping this time my power doesn't go out mid testimony because that is such a bummer.
Thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna skip out and head for transportation, and I'll be back.
Good luck. It is challenging to balance multiple committees, and I've been told it's a little, you can, you'd think that you could just push this button and go to that place, but it's not that simple.
And I think also Hillary just mentioned that we received some MEPRI information this morning, and I know that I did see that. Can you just tell me who sent that out?
Amy Johnson, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
And
It's probably lost between the LD 604 emails.
I'll forward it right now.
Okay.
I got it. It came in at 11:05, I think.
I saw it, but
All right, I just resent it, so it should be right at the top.
oh, there it is. Thank you.
And Amy did know in the chat that she's not expecting that you will have reviewed it ahead of time.
got 104. Hopefully we'll start here within the next minute or two. Heidi, how'd you make out during your weekend?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, your maple sugar weekend representative. How'd you make out?
It was good. It was busy.
Yeah.
But people were happy to be out. It was kind of a miserable day on Sunday.
Yeah, it was.
Weather-wise. Saturday was a lovely day and people were out and people were happy to be out and doing things and getting maple syrup, and we still have apples that we have stored, and we just got them out of the storage, so they're fresh, and so people were excited. It was a good weekend. Thank you for asking.
You're welcome. It's amazing that apples will store that long.
Well, it is actually a fascinating sort of chemistry. Actually, they put them in these rooms, huge storage areas. And then they suck they use nitrogen to suck out all the oxygen out of the apples, and they actually kind of turn blue.
Wow.
And they go dormant. So we share bins with we share the space with other apple orchards. So when everybody agrees it's time to get some more apples out, they just open the rooms and the oxygen comes back in and the apples come back to life. And it's literally like you pick the apple off the tree. It's pretty cool.
I'd love to see that someday. That sounds amazing.
So Heidi, are you familiar with Murrayfield Farm and Gorham?
Say that again.
It's I think it's Murrayfield Farm, and they're in Gorham, Maine, and they do maple sugar. So yeah, my wife and I went out there, and they had 2 or 3 different stores that you could or places to buy things. And yeah, it was really good. It was good, and they had quite a few events for children and stuff. It was nice, and they had an ambulance and a fire truck and.
Oh wow, that's a much bigger event. We just had our sugar shack or sugar house operating. They were boiling sap, and then I was running the store. But we didn't have any special events. We were all pretty busy just doing what we were doing.
Well, I was saying to Representative Stearns, I think they see people from Portland and they put a 20% surcharge on the cost of things.
Probably we might want to expand our reach and reach it. We do have customers that drive all the way to the store just from the Portland area, and for our cider, for the apples, and also our maple syrup.
Oh, that's great.
That must be next door. Hear a truck backing into the driveway, but apparently it's next door. I think we are up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think we did have Representative Roach, and we were good. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Education Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Joe Rafferty. I am a senator down in District 34 here in York County. This afternoon, we have an informational session scheduled, which we'll get to shortly. Prior to doing so, I'm going to ask that our committee members present would be kind enough to introduce themselves. I will start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson?
Senator Dave Woodson, District 33, York County.
Thank you. Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Representative Lyman?
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Crockett? Good afternoon, and I'm going to skip to Representative Millet, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. And Representative Roach?
Good afternoon. Representative Roach, representing District 7, Wells.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury?
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Salisbury and I represent House District 35.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, part of Portland, part of Felm.
Representative Sampson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am live from the state capitol. We have the windows open in the building and fresh air. Pretty exciting. I represent House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe got everyone. So also working with us this afternoon will be our very efficient committee clerk, Sam Baker, and in and out throughout this afternoon in terms of information. And we'll also work with our analysts, Hillary Risler and Sam Senfit. This afternoon, folks, if you would, just please understand this is an informational session where we're going to receive information. We'll have an opportunity to ask some questions and get clarifications ourselves. And if you should have any technical issues along the way, hopefully Sam Baker can help you as best he can. Please keep in mind that this is a session can be viewed on our YouTube page. This afternoon is, again, this is an informational session for us, and it's not really to have any outside folks interacting unless they're specifically called upon. And in that event, there may be some transitioning downtime as we wait for them to enter. We're also potentially going to see members of our own committee come and go this afternoon as they are testifying relative to bills that are being heard throughout the legislature and various committees. So please be understanding of that as best we can. And I'll just remind folks, if you could, just be careful with your microphone as we are live. And I would invite, I believe, the first person to speak this afternoon. Is it going to be Amy Johnson? And I'll have her introduce herself as well as her other members. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Doing well.
And I'm looking for Patricia Leck and Janet Fairman, Sam. L-E-C-H.
All right. And anybody else, Amy, or is that all you're expecting?
That's all we're expecting today.
Awesome. Thank you.
We are excited to be here today for our first briefing of the session in April. So this is a little bit different from our norm. Normally by now we would have been here before now. So this is a little bit of an experiment in our process. And what we would have done in a more typical year is sent reports ahead of time with the hope that you could at least review the first few pages. What we have decided to do in our approach to briefings this year is to not assume that anybody has any bandwidth to do a thing before we come before you. So what we are instead doing is trying to think of today as our high-level overview of our findings. And please know that if any of these findings are relevant to any of the bills that you're working in the remainder of the session, we're more than willing to come back at a work session and represent any of these findings if you think they would be helpful to you. So we're kind of thinking of this as an overview not as a necessarily a one and done conversation if you need us again. And this is really kind of learning some of the lessons that I think we've been taking from our teachers and what they've been trying to do with flipped classrooms. Flipped classrooms are a little bit of a challenge when you show up and your high school students have their cameras off and haven't done the work. So this is trying to be with the ethos here of Corona times. So I believe I have permission to screen share?
Yes.
I do. Yes, I do. Okay, thanks. All right. That's not the view I want. Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And I cannot see, I'm hoping that you guys would ask questions as we go, but I can't see hands, so I will expect to be interrupted whenever you need me to stop and answer a question. That's perfectly fine, just get a word in edgewise.
Amy, just to let you know, I can physically see your screen. There are 2 sections of it that are up. The one to the left that says, why was this study conducted? I see all of that. I was going to say moments ago, there was only part of one and full and then partial.
Can you see anything now?
Just my fellow committee members.
Well, this could be interesting. What was interesting is that I was trying to get to presenter view before and I couldn't, and now it'll only give me presenter view.
Maybe Sam could share it from his.
I think you have it now.
It does.
So I'm seeing your slide. It's, yeah, why was this study conducted? That was up by itself. And then something happened and now I see that plus part of an additional slide. There you go.
So you're seeing just a full screen?
Right now I'm seeing it, yep.
Well, that makes no sense to me, but that's fine with me. That's not what I see, but that's okay. Okay, so this is our usual presentation as we start with just a little bit of background and then we try to jump directly to our findings. So our policymaker presentations we try to be a little bit less academic. And so our first slide is why are we doing this? This study was in our work plan last year, not necessarily surprisingly, because this is a huge deal, right? We're dealing with pandemic times and are particularly worried about the impact of emergency remote learning, but also pandemic schooling in general, particularly on students with IEPs, our special education students, as they are particularly vulnerable to learning loss. So the focus of this briefing is on the impact of remote learning on students with IEPs. However, we also, just to get context, did also ask questions about impacts on schooling in general. So this will be a little bit of some basic information about what schools have been doing in this pandemic year, but also where we dug deeper, a specific focus on the impact of students with special education needs. So we also have heard anecdotal reports about some mixed impacts on kids with IEPs. And I'm just realizing I forgot to introduce Tricia. Tricia, can you unmute yourself, just really briefly introduce yourself? Tricia was really the lead researcher on this report and has done the lion's share of the analyses.
I'm Tricia Lack. I'm a senior research analyst with MEPRI. I'm based at University of Maine.
Thank you, Tricia. Sorry about that. Launched right in there. So the goal of this overarching study was to sort of get a handle on what's been happening, and particularly to get us to try to dig a little bit deeper on what are some of the interesting things that are happening with this grand unplanned experiment in remote education and pandemic learning. So we're also trying to look at sort of what things have been working and what things have not been working and for whom, and the kind of infrastructure that might be needed to support better learning in the future. And in particular, how best to help students who might be falling behind between last year and this year from an educator perspective. All right, so here's the big test. Did my screen advance?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this should be the what do you need to know for context slide. In particular, when we're talking about special education, we have a whole different level of policy landscape and policy nuance that comes into play, because these are students with IEPs who have legal obligations to receive certain services, including educational services. And the federal government did not provide any sort of waivers for providing education and services to students with IEPs. So while the impact on all kids is important, there's an additional level of complexity with the policy around making sure that our kids with IEPs have services during this year. And we have a little bit, in the full report, we have a little more background about kind of the national trend and national landscape of what the experience has been like. But it's important to note that the main experience, we believe, might be a little bit different from some of what's happening nationally. We believe, for example, that access to technology and technology devices has been a little better here in Maine because of the history of our one-to-one technology programs. But we do know that some of our internet access to students in our more remote areas has probably been worse than other parts of the country. So in some ways, we've presented national norms and national findings, but this goal really is to get the Maine story from Maine teachers. So the study was based on survey data. And so this is not a measure of quantitative data, looking at attendance, looking at test scores, things like that. This is about teacher perceptions of the impact on kids. And most of what we're focusing on is a snapshot that we took for fall of 2020. So this would be the beginning of the school year, kind of pre-Christmas, was the lion's share of the story we'll be telling. And it's important to know that the sample we emphasized was teachers. So we wanted to get equal representation of teachers, and we had, so that means we included sort of an extra dose of rural teachers in our sample, in our survey samples, to make sure that story was told, because what can sometimes happen is that story gets lost because of the response rates sometimes from rural teachers. So we have done that, but what that means is when we're trying to translate our findings about what teachers are saying, we may be overrepresenting sort of what the experience is like for students, because although 90% of our school districts and 80% of our schools are rural, only half of our children are in those rural schools. So there's just a little bit of a context, and I'll explain a little more how that plays out when we get up further along. And again, so there were actually 3 surveys that we conducted, and results of each of those 3 surveys are combined for this. 2 surveys of special education teachers with different kinds of questions on them, and then 1 survey of special education directors. So this is kind of an omni presentation. Do you guys see the overview slide?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna just trust that this is working. It's really fun. Like, I literally have the wrong screen up, but I'm just glad it's working. So this is the next 2 slides. I'm just gonna really briefly go through what we're gonna be talking about today. These are all the findings. And again, today we're really hoping to whip through these at a high level of detail. When you see ones that you find are more interesting, please do stop and we'll be happy to shed more detail on them. These, we're trying to sort of orient you to what's in the report, so that if there's stuff that you want to learn about in more detail, you will come back and ask us about it. I saw a hand go up, but I wasn't sure.
That was mine.
Right.
It was mine.
Okay. So the first thing that we'll be talking about a little bit is what has been happening in this past year with the instructional formats, the balance of in-person and remote that we've been seeing in Maine schools, particularly some of the remote teaching strategies that special education teachers have used. Again, this is a survey of special education teachers, not all teachers. A bit of a description about how school districts have expected students to engage, particularly on those remote learning days. A little bit of background on attendance and some of the strategies that schools have undertaken to encourage engagement. We'll have teacher perceptions of what the academic impacts have been on students with IEPs, as well as the impacts on student well-being. Each one of these is a slide or 2, so we're going to go through them quick. It's a little intimidating, but. And then we also have some information about some perceptions about some students who are actually benefiting from the remote learning landscape, and some perceptions on why that might be happening and who we think might be benefiting. A little bit of an exploratory perspective. Some of the strategies that teachers feel are effective for remote teaching and the supports that have been helpful to them, as well as some of their challenges. on many, many challenges, to, as I'm sure you can imagine and have experienced yourselves. And then the last bit is we'll be talking about teachers' perspectives on what some of the next steps might be for supporting students who have been falling behind, as well as steps for supporting teachers. So in the beginning, we first want to talk about sort of what's been happening. And again, this is mostly based on a snapshot from fall of 2020. We do know that schools' instructional formats can change from time to time, as they might need to shut down periodically or shift things as things go along. But so this is predominantly what was happening and in place at the beginning of the school year. And it was at that point very uncommon for schools to be fully remote. Only 3% of school districts, this is from our special education director survey, so this is a district level data, only 3% of districts were operating in a fully remote mode. And a lot of, a not small number of districts were operating pretty much in, not completely traditionally, but mostly traditionally with in-person schedules, either 4 or 5 days a week. And that was about half of our rural and small town districts were largely in person, either 4 or 5 days a week, but only about a quarter of our city and suburban schools. So there's a real geographic divide happening here with who was in person versus who was in more of a hybrid format. We're defining a hybrid format as students being in person typically 2 days a week and remote the other 2 to 3 days a week. And some of that would have been synchronous remote and some would be asynchronous remote where students are learning on their own. So about 75% of our urban and suburban schools were in a hybrid model, whereas only about 40% of our rural and small town schools were hybrid because again, about half of them were actually more in person than hybrid. Overall, about half of our schools were hybrid, but these schools represent the majority of Maine students. So this goes back to what I was trying to explain earlier, where when we're talking about teachers, the schools themselves were about half remote, but the majority of our Maine students are in those schools that were hybrid. I think that's it. And here's maybe a good place to mention that once we discovered how much the geography matters, we broke down a lot of these survey data by geographic locale. But the number of, if we take all these, there's 30 tables in this report just presenting data because of the amount of data we collected across 3 surveys. So it was not feasible, nor was it reasonable to include all of these breakdowns in our report, but we do have a big giant kind of appendix that we will be posting on our website that will provide breakdown of a lot of these data points by urban, suburban, rural, and town, so that if you wanted to see sort of how some of these dynamics play out differently, there's going to be a big stack of data that you can comb through to your heart's delight. But for the most part, we are not going into that level of detail in this presentation. But it is important to note that this is not a monolithic thing. There are nuances that are different depending on which part of the state we're talking about. So in terms of instructional formats, more continuation of the prior slide, we know that most students were in hybrid formats, but that varied somewhat by age, where younger students were more likely to be in person, even within the same district. They may have had different schedules for younger students and older students. And even within that, students with IEPs were often scheduled for more in-person time to receive services. So 82% of districts that were remote or hybrid offered more in-person time for students with IEPs. Not necessarily all students with IEPs, but for students who would benefit for one reason or another. But this was a little bit more happening in larger districts. For smaller districts, again, smaller districts who were hybrid or remote, which is not necessarily the norm. A lot of our smaller districts were already in person, but for those who were hybrid or remote, they were a little less likely to offer additional in-person time to kids with IEPs. And we have some hunches about why that might be the case, and probably due to resources or number of teachers, but this idea of bringing in kids who might need more services in person was more of a story of urban and suburban school districts. Think about larger staffs and multiple modalities happening. So 92% of all special education teachers did experience some form of remote teaching at some point. So between the hybrid, in-person, and remote, as well as the few districts who were remote all the time, this is definitely part of the new landscape that our teachers had experienced, was trying to provide services and interact with students remotely. So this is just a quick slide about some of the ways that things might have been different for special education teachers. Teachers could pursue more than one of these. These are not mutually exclusive. So teachers had a lot of experience on one-on-one interactions with their students. That's a pretty different interaction that may have been not the same as for students without IEPs, but this was something happening a lot for our special education teachers. There was a fair amount, 62% of special education teachers who were assigning asynchronous remote work for their students, as well as group interactions where all of their students are remote at once. And about half of special education teachers experience that kind of craziness, from what we're hearing from the field, of having both some students in person while some students are remote at the same time. So managing those two groups of students, about half of teachers experienced that. In terms of the expectations during remote days, it's hard to fit all of the words on these slides. And again, where these tables relate to the full report in the header, you'll see the table number. So if you wanted to go see the full detailed table, sometimes there's a little bit of extra stuff in them. That's where you would go to the report to find them. But what this means is that during remote learning days, about 20% of schools had an expectation that students would be engaging 2 hours or less. It was more common, about half of the schools were expecting students to be engaging between 2 to 4 hours. And this could be synchronous or synchronous, but this is sort of the expectation of how much time kids are spending during those remote days. And then there were some schools, that about another quarter of schools, who were expecting students to really be like full-time in front of the computer 4 or more hours during those remote days. And what's, I think, interesting and impactful about this is how when we saw that, we also asked teachers, based on their expectations, what were they seeing in terms of student participation? As we'll talk about in a minute, student engagement and attendance has been a challenge this year. But what we found is that when schools were expecting more out of students every day, students participated more. So student participation kind of lagged what they were hoping for, what they were expecting. But for districts that were expecting their students to be there 2 to 4 hours a day, 85% of them at least got kids to show up daily. Whereas for schools that had an expectation of only 2 hours or less per day, or even less than daily in some cases, only about 2/3 were actually participating at least daily, with that daily contact with the school. So that seems like it has some relevance there in terms of practices. Another quick slide. These were some of the strategies that special education teachers shared with things that they do to encourage their students to be more engaged and to participate when they're in remote learning. Attendance is a big story. We've been hearing about this a lot, that schools have struggled to get kids attending school and engaged in school, both when on remote days as well as in-person days for schools that were hybrid or one or the other. So regardless of whether schools were in-person or hybrid schedule, over 75% of special education teachers reported increases in absenteeism. And we actually asked the question to report whether those absenteeisms were happening on in-person times or remote times. So we actually tried to get a little fine-tune about it, of what was really happening here with remote versus in-person days. And it seemed to be across the board. So, which again makes some sense given the context of the pandemic and illnesses and all the things that were happening in families' lives. But absenteeism was up across the board. So 85% of the hybrid or remote only teachers were saying absences were up. And it was a little less for schools that were more traditionally in person. So about 60% of schools on a hybrid, on an in-person model, either 4 or 5 days a week, said there were more absences. And it was a little bit different depending on whether they were on a 4-day schedule or a 5-day schedule. Where what's interesting about this is teachers who were on a 4-day schedule, so had that 1 day of remote learning, actually didn't think attendance was as much of a problem as the ones who were 5-day in person. So there's something about this little bit of release valve, maybe I'm thinking of it, in having that remote day, a little bit of a hybrid mixed in there, that seems to be something worth further exploring, something we need to sort of wrap our heads around. And there were actually 15% of teachers who were on that 4-day attendance that thought that their attendance had gotten better over this year. So they actually saw an increase in attendance or a decrease in absenteeism during this pandemic year compared to a typical year, which is an outlier that's, like, again, worth exploring. We did not see that happening in the schools that were 5 days in person, only the schools that were 4 days in person. Next, we asked a little bit about what some of the strategies were happening in schools for trying to promote attendance, I guess. This is again, table 11 in the full report. And this is ordered by the most frequent activities. So the top one, teacher phone call or email of the district. So this is district level data. These are the special education directors providing this information. So the total numbers of respondents are lower. But of the 100 or so respondents, the vast majority of them, about over 70%, had tried teacher phone calls or teacher emails to reach out to kids to work on attendance. And about half of them found that it was effective. The next most common thing was some sort of administrator outreach, either a school administrator or social worker doing the same thing, phone call or email, a pretty common practice and considerably more impactful from their perspective. About 68% of those who tried it found that it had an impact and was effective. And then from there, the activities got a little less frequent. Some schools tried reporting truant students to Department of Health and Human Services, and some sent out social workers or administrators on a home visit. The home visits were found to be pretty effective, but they were not as commonly pursued. And then the further down the list, having school resource officers contact students or even have a teacher do a home visit, which was not commonly pursued and also wasn't found to be very effective. This is a bit of a jump to a new topic. Next, we asked a question to try to get a sense of what kind of data school districts might be collecting to assess academic impacts on student learners. And so we asked them, what kind of standardized testing have you been able to conduct this year? And only 5% of districts said none. So most districts were doing some kind of data collection that is standardized this year. For the first two lines, we thought it was very relevant to know that districts were still collecting NWEA data on their students this year. And as many of you may know, NWEA is the assessment that the Maine Department of Education has procured for districts to take this spring. So we put this in here to demonstrate that we think that districts are going to be happy to know that this opportunity has been made available from the MDOE because they were already administering these tests anyway, either to all students in the case of 62% of districts, or at least for selected students who they were trying to monitor their progress. Districts were also doing other benchmark assessments. The fact that 48% and 62% add up to more than 100% means that some districts were administering more than one type of assessment. And a lot of these other benchmarks might also be used in different grade spans, for example, than NWEA, which explains some of that overlap. It doesn't necessarily mean kids are getting tested 3 or 4 times. It might mean different grades. As well as for students who are participating in intervention programs, again, we're surveying special education teachers about kids with IEPs. A lot of districts, 40%, were still administering progress monitoring assessments to monitor those students. Academic improvements. This is meaty stuff. I can't believe you guys haven't interrupted me with a question yet, but I'm loving it. We're making great progress, everybody. Let's see. Yeah, I've covered my notes. So this is where we start getting into the meat of what's going on that might be different for students with IEPs. And so we asked special education teachers, how are your students with IEPs doing compared to how they might do in a typical year? So it's kind of an awkward question, right? We're not trying to ask them, how are they doing, period. We're trying to say, given what you would expect of these learners in a non-pandemic year, how are they doing? And interestingly, if you look at only 17% of respondents said nobody's doing better than they would be expected. And of those 17%, some of those districts, about half of them were districts that were 5 days a week in person, where you might not expect them to see any change because they haven't changed their instructional format that much. So that over 80% of the respondents were saying that some kids are benefiting from this. Now, the context of this report is remote learning. This question really isn't necessarily looking at remote learning. It's basically saying, for what you're doing this fall, which again, we know for some districts was remote, for some districts was mostly in person with a little bit remote, how are they doing? And 80% of districts found that at least some of their kids they think are doing better than expected. So this is really an interesting story, because at some point we are hoping we are not going to be in these pandemic times anymore. And the challenge is, what can we learn from this grand experiment about things that may have been useful for some learners, and take away those lessons. So again, as I briefly explained at the beginning, and I do see a hand up, I'll say my thought and then I'll let Senator Rafferty manage that. But that we had 2 different special education teacher surveys. So this next slide is another way of asking that same exact question, because we asked the question a little bit different depending on which survey we were talking about. And so this slide is basically saying, looking just at academic progress in the fall, how are your students doing compared to what they might have done in a different year? And similar numbers, about 22% compared to about that 17% on the prior slide, said kids are doing either about the same or worse. And then what's most interesting are these 48% of respondents who said that more of their kids are improving than are declining compared to a typical year of progress. So again, this is a different survey, same kind of question about special education teachers validating some of our kids are doing quite well.
Can we entertain that question from Senator Woodson, please?
Yes, I'm here. Going back to the last slide. It appears that kids who are in school every day did less well than those who were in a hybrid. Was there any discussion or explanation for that?
Is this slide that I'm showing the one that you're talking about?
No, it's table 13, I believe. One back from where you are. Oh, okay, no, I'm sorry. You're right. Right there, yes.
Okay. So what this is saying is that, and again, this is only asking teachers to talk about their students with disabilities. They're
Right.
saying that this was not specifically within the context of what format they were attending. So this doesn't say in-person versus remote versus hybrid. What this is saying is, compared to a typical year, are there some kids who are doing better? And a bunch of them, about 40%, 38% said up to 10% of their kids with IEPs are actually outperforming what they might have expected to in a different year. Some of those kids might have been remote fully. Some of them might have been hybrid, and then those hybrid schedules would differ from school to school. So this isn't necessarily saying that there's one magic format that works. What it's saying is, given this slide way back at the beginning of what are all the different ways that schools are in time, either in person 4 or 5 days or hybrid or whatever, that there is a story happening here of kids who are doing better than they might have been in a more traditional format. Does that answer your
Okay.
question?
Yeah, I think I misinterpreted traditional format to be in school. Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Yeah. So some of the students in this slide are in a traditional format, but are still performing better than they would have been in a typical year. We'll get to that in a second. That comes down to class sizes. So
Okay.
Even kids who are in person 5 days a week are having a very different experience this year.
Very
I see
good.
another hand up.
There's also in the big data file, we did look at the expectations for participation and how students fared. And when they didn't expect daily participation or less than 2 hours, hardly any of those students did better than expected.
Thank you. Representative McCray, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amy, this goes back to a slide 4 or 5 slides ago, and I apologize for getting here late, but I'm flying between committees. The other one's done, so I'm here. I substituted in a special ed classroom for a couple or 3 times before we started having committee. And it was a hybrid situation, Monday, Tuesday in class, Thursday, Friday in class, Wednesday remote. And I, because of my connection to this committee, I asked kids how they liked that. And they were excited to be back to school and said, but we like having that day off in the middle of the week. And then you had a slide that pretty much verified exactly what those 9 kids said. And I'm just wondering, as a researcher, can we extrapolate from that maybe a day off in the middle of the week inspires better learning?
Well, I don't think we can extrapolate to say quite that clearly.
I know
this is a real thing and it should happen in the middle of the week, but we're definitely trying to say we're seeing a marked difference between 5 days and 4 days. The response patterns from teachers are different. Now, this is not asking students, this was asking teachers, but the ends were large enough to be able to say, you know, that was different. And again, that among those, this is tables 9 and 10 in the report where you might want to dig in a little bit more. They're much more detailed than this little slide here. But it's what was interesting is that when you looked at the breakdown of those teachers in those circumstances and what they said was happening with attendance, 15% of teachers in that 4-day-a-week schedule said they think overall attendance was better with that format than over 5 days.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Now, again, that's not academic outcomes. So that's just asking about attendance.
True. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so this was the slide that was another version of asking the same thing. It was basically saying, how are kids doing? And they were saying they actually think more kids are doing, about half of respondents said there are more students who are improving than students who are declining. That doesn't mean some kids are also about the same, right? But that's in terms of who's doing better and who's doing worse in the mix. They're saying on balance, the improvements outweigh the declines. Then we asked separately though, so this was about academic impacts, the former 2 slides. This one is about well-being. And so the situation on student well-being is not quite as rosy, where we have more concerns that students are not doing well and that the ones who are declining are outnumbering the ones who are experiencing an improvement in the current model. Again, not surprising, but part of the sobering truth that we have to pay some attention to. So in the next slide, we asked them more specifically, what are the characteristics of the students who are benefiting from remote learning? And this was a checklist where we had asked them to, check off all the characteristics that apply when you think about the students who have been benefiting from this. And by far and away, the 2 that were the biggest were that the kids who were benefiting were those who had an involved parent or caregiver and those who experienced social anxiety. And that's a big factor with the kids who, again, might be a minority of kids, but for the kids who are benefiting. And then less frequently, they also talked about that the students who were benefiting were students who they saw as having behavioral challenges or struggles with social emotional functioning. Students who were older, more likely to benefit from remote learning than younger students. I think this also feels intuitively like what we would have expected to hear. And then less commonly, about 15 to 25% of teachers identified students who had a higher level of executive functioning, sort of can function better with that technology and some of the complications. Those who had a behavioral health provider at home, and those with autism or ADHD. So some of the specific students that teachers were calling out as kids who are benefiting. And this is kind of a messy slide, but it's an important one. Table 21, table 17 in the full report. I've got to find my notes here. So once again, we've ordered this slide based on the strategies that were most prevalent. So the top row is more individual instruction. What this slide is telling us is that of those respondents, again, this is special ed directors. Oh my goodness, my battery's low. Hold on. Wow, sometimes my charger is finicky. All right, that was a panic moment. I'm back. The more individual instruction was the most common thing happening in terms of strategies to work differently this year. So 93% of the participants said, yeah, we're doing this. We're giving more individual instruction. And of those that are doing it, which was most everybody, more than half say this is highly effective at supporting student learning. So this is where we're starting to unpack and explain some of why we think some kids might actually be doing better this year than they might have in a typical year. It's not necessarily because they're doing awesome with remote learning, it's that there's other things that are happening as part of the reaction to the pandemic environments that might be benefiting kids. So the top one is more individual instruction. The next one is smaller class sizes. So again, very common. We've got a lot of schools who are having smaller class sizes in order to spread kids out and de-densify, right? So 89% of respondents said they've got smaller class sizes. And of those, 60% said this is highly effective in making a difference and improving student learning for kids. And then as you can see, for smaller class sizes, nobody said it was low effectiveness. Everybody said it had a positive impact and it was either highly effective or had a medium effectiveness. So these are things that are, again, teacher perception data, but this is really an important story that we're hearing anecdotally, and that came out in the survey data, is there's some things happening here that teachers believe are good for kids. Other things that are more common are adding increased behavioral and counseling services. Not as common. This is happening in about 60% of districts, but perceived as moderately effective. And then adding tutors, a little less common, only 40% of districts. And revising IEPs to add more services. About 40% of districts said this was something that was happening and that had moderate effectiveness. And then we also asked them an open-ended comment to let them tell us some of the other things that they have done that they believe are effective strategies. And they talked a lot about relationship building and the communication with parents and caregivers and the importance of setting schedules and routines, as well as trying to make sure that what they're doing on the in-person days has at least some relationship to what's happening on the remote days so that kids are able to make those transitions back and forth. Challenges of remote instruction. There's no shortage of these, right? Oh, actually, the point that I wanted to make on this prior slide is that when you look at these strategies that folks are saying are effective, these are not inexpensive strategies. This pandemic has caused schools to sort of radically invest differently in their schooling models. And those things that were radical investments of increased staffing, reducing class sizes, are the things that teachers are reporting as effective. So we're going to come back to this when we talk about policy implications. Okay, sorry. Challenges. Not surprising. A lot of teachers saying that they're struggling to get kids engaged and that there's issues with lack of attention, lack of motivation. That's 85% of teachers, 84%, but rounding up, saying that's an issue. And struggling with students who lack adequate supervision and supports available when needed, when kids need assistance when they're learning at home. Less of an impact is some of the technology stuff. That's still 66% is nothing to sneeze at. That's 2/3 of teachers saying that it's been a challenge for them that kids have had an adequate skill or knowledge to be able to manage the technology, or that they've had problems with internet access. But so that's something worth worrying about, but that is actually something that's a little more amenable to policy, right? You can fix knowledge, you can fix internet access. It's a lot harder to fix lack of attention, motivation, and lack of caregivers. Those are less amenable to policy. And then inadequate number of devices was actually much less of a concern. That was the next most common challenge, all the way down from 66 to 14%, and not a big challenge. So device doesn't seem to be the big issue that districts are struggling with. It's that internet access. There we go. We're making it through, guys. We're more than halfway. There we go. Supporting students who are falling behind. So there's two big strategies that have been talked about, at the grapevine at the water cooler, with how we might support students with IEPs who are falling behind. One is grade retention, and one is summer school or extended year learning programs. So we just wanted to probe for perspectives from the field, from the special education field, around what do they think these are viable options. So we only asked this question specific to students with IEPs. We don't know how these teachers might have responded if we asked them more generically about all students. But when we asked them, should we consider holding back students with IEPs who are falling behind this year, we generally see disagreement overall, that folks the educators think that this is a good strategy, but even more marked disagreement from special education directors than among teachers. So for example, the first two lines, 65% of special ed directors either disagree or strongly disagree that students should repeat a year if they're falling behind. Still strong, but a little more lukewarm disagreement from teachers at approaching 50%. So this is something where what we think is important is that even among special educators, directors versus teachers, we're seeing a shift, right? So if we were to be asking classroom teachers, if we were to be asking parents, if we were to be asking other stakeholders, we think we would see, and in fact, we did see some of this in some of our anecdotal conversations, that there is not uniform agreement over whether grade retention is a good strategy. And that's hard. When the field is not unified on something, that makes it a little challenge. But for these experts, they are fairly strongly against the concept of student retention, at least for students with IEPs. And then we asked them, and this we made a separate slide for this because we know that there have been some bills pending. I actually can't say off the top of my head where they are in being worked, but we thought this slide was worth a minute. We asked special education directors about their policies around grade retention and who gets to decide. And so 3/4 of them said that parents are able to initiate a process if they would like their student to be retained for a grade. Slightly less, but about the same, said a teacher or a staff member can also initiate that process if they have concerns about a given child. About half said parents have the power to appeal a school's decision about grade retention. That's all we asked them. We didn't ask them about, whether it's like a veto kind of appeal or appeal that goes up the chain. This is what we have. Sounds like it's much less common for parents to be able to make a carte blanche decision about what happens with their student and grade retention, but even fewer districts said that the school would be able to retain a student with little or no input from parents. So this is 97% of districts feel like this is a process that at a minimum is made in collaboration with parents and caregivers. And then there were 10% of districts who said this isn't even an option, we don't retain kids in our school. Any questions on that slide before I move on? I know that one's. Okay, and then we also asked them an agree-disagree question about their expected impacts of whether they thought more kids would be repeating grades and also whether more kids would be engaged in summer school or extended year programs. And 60% of directors do think that they're going to have more kids in summer school this year. And that included some directors who don't normally offer summer school, but are advocating to implement it this year for the purpose of being able to help kids catch up. But about half that number, only 29%, said that they expect any increase whatsoever in the number of students who repeat a grade next year. And keeping in mind that the numbers to begin with may have already been low. So they don't see this being a big trend with lots of kids repeating a grade from their perspective. All right, and then we did ask teachers to name their top 3 drivers for what was driving their increased workload. It'll come as no surprise that they are working really, really hard. Workloads are much higher this year, as they are for everybody. I'm sure you're not surprised by that. But teachers are really struggling and really working quite hard. And at the top of their list was the need to adapt everything that they have already developed and develop lessons and learning materials for remote instruction. And also keep in mind that they're having to figure out which pieces are remote and adapt pieces, and then make sure there's coherence with the in-person time as well because so many students are having at least some in-person time. They did note an increase in special education paperwork. And they also talked about the challenges of just the technology, set up using it, connecting, disconnecting issues, things like that. The need for more communication with parents and caregivers. A little further down the list was some of that time that I think we worried about more at the beginning of the year, of how much time teachers might spend being the COVID police, I think people called it, of explaining rules, enforcing mask wearing, things like that. It was on the list, but it really wasn't near the top. And the other thing that the special education teachers in particular talked about was needing to repeat instruction that they might have been able to do before in a small group, but are now doing individually with one student at a time because of COVID restrictions. So it's not so much that it is more time intensive, it's that they're having to do things, they can't take advantage of that efficiency of working with 3 or 4 kids at once. They're having to do it 3 or 4 times in sequence with individual one-on-one interactions. And then supports for teachers. What's interesting to note here, I added the percentages because we had a fairly long list for teachers to choose from of the kind of supports that they thought they would find helpful. And it wasn't one of those things where a couple really rose to the top. The most frequently selected ones were still only around 40% of teachers who were saying that was one of their top 3 picks. So the needs are varied, and that makes it a little trickier to try to find a magic bullet. Teachers have very individualized needs is what this is telling us. But about 40% of teachers were interested in technology support, either for their self or for the students and their families who they're supporting. 35% were interested in just having a little bit of a break from the PEBG evaluation, maintaining all of those kind of accountability requirements during this year. And then, what's notable is that those first 2 bullets are not particularly resource intensive. I mean, technology support can be resource intensive, but relaxing those PEBG requirements does not cost a lot of money for that particular request from teachers. But then the next 3 are a little bit different in terms of the cost category. Teachers are asking for additional educational technicians, even above and beyond what they have now, that they could use still more support. And they would be interested in having contracted teachers to handle some of the remote instruction pieces. I think particularly, I don't know this, Tricia might have this in her head, but whether some of the students, some of the teachers saying this might be the ones who are trying to manage 2 groups of kids at once. That's one thing I was hypothesizing in my head, that it would be a lot easier to have either remote or in person at the same time and have someone else handling the remote kids than trying to manage both at once. And also teachers requesting additional behavioral or emotional supports for students and their families. And we're at our final slide, policy implications. We've done a lot of talking here. It's really interesting. And again, we don't have a lot of concrete, really super clear findings, but teachers' perspectives carry a lot of weight, and they've certainly been spending a lot of time down in the trenches. And there's something very interesting happening here with hybrid learning and the mix of in-person and remote learning having the potential to benefit some learners. But importantly, that to be successful, that requires a threshold level of support in the home, and also requires a threshold level of technology, both access and internet access and what have you. But this story of students who are successful and the 4-day-a-week versus 5-day-a-week is something we definitely think merits further exploration to see if this is an innovation or a new practice that might be something that could be retained or kept in some way, shape, or form in the future. And in fact, we do feel like the next bullet down is saying, we do feel like some families are likely to request that and expect that in the future. They've gotten used to it, learned what there is to learn about it and what they like and what they don't like. And we wonder if this is something that perhaps might not fully go away. It is very noteworthy that teachers were so strong in saying that the smaller class sizes that they've seen, as well as the opportunity to provide more individualized support, has actually been an intervention for some kids, particularly kids with IEPs, where they're seeing improvements above and beyond what they might have expected in a pre-pandemic year. That's certainly, given that we're talking about our most vulnerable learners here, that's certainly something that's worth paying attention to. But that is not an inexpensive intervention. Reducing class sizes is certainly one of our, that's a big cost driver and has a lot of policy implications. We think it's noteworthy that there were some somewhat uneven opinions on grade retention. We think this is likely to be something that's districts struggle with in terms of knowing what best practice might be in this time where opinions might vary on what's best for kids. And we would say that in terms of the federal funds that continue to be appropriated and are continuing to be available to schools, that it does seem like continuing technology support and continuing these staff levels, at least into next year, would certainly be justified. And that is I think that's it. So I'd like to give Tricia just a quick minute to see, as Tricia did the lion's share of all these analyses, we went back and forth and made sure we agreed on the interpretation and policy implications. Tricia, was there anything that you wanted to chime in and add on? I thank you for jumping in a couple times already. Did I miss anything big?
No, and I did find the chart that you were asking about hybrid versus in-person learning and students doing better this year. And there really was no difference between the hybrid learners and the in-person learners of 4-day-a-week learners. You know, obviously, we had that no difference group in the 5-day-a-week, which was expected.
Right.
But
they weren't doing anything particularly different.
Were about 80% in almost every group.
Thank you, Tricia.
You folks, one thing, I mean, there was a lot of good pieces here, obviously, and you mentioned about what schools struggle with. I think legislators have struggled with some of these same questions, you know, as we've been working through our various types of legislation. But back early, which was kind of encouraging, and I'm not sure this, I didn't think to write down the actual table, but you did say, I think there was a reference to about all but 5% of the schools did some type of a survey.
That was standardized testing.
So
don't get seasick as I rush through these slides. I apologize. But we just because we wanted to know, particularly from this perspective of special education, where we really want special education to be data driven. We want kids to be getting the services they need, to be exiting services when they no longer need them. And so it was something worth noting from our perspective to find out what schools were doing in terms of assessing student learning. So that was the purpose behind this question. And what we learned is that schools are still administering standardized tests. In some cases, they're just giving it to some kids, but only 5% of districts said, nope, we've given up on testing this year. The other 85% could be doing more than one type of testing. I'm sorry, 95%. Math, 95 plus 5 is 100. The other 95% of respondents selected at least one kind of standardized testing that was happening in their schools.
Because I know that we will be having conversations with the Department of Ed relative to how we spend the funding that we're receiving from the federal government. And in that case, where do we spend it? What kind of programs can we create? What are we going to do? So we do have some test results, or at least some survey results that'll help us guide a little bit in that direction. So,
well, I would say the districts have these standardized testing results. These were data that were collected by the districts.
okay.
The state did not require the state assessment last spring. This spring, what they're doing is offering the NWEA assessment to districts. So they will have some statewide data from the spring, but this is data that the districts would have to be able to use as evidence to guide their choices for what they think they need. It wouldn't necessarily help to at the state level for them to look at data and say, we know we need X, Y, and Z. Okay. Nationally, what we can say is that achievement is way down in math, but this goes back to that what do we need for context in this? We're not really sure if what's happening in Maine is necessarily following those national trends, but there were some NWEA studies, and Tricia has included those in the body of the full report, talking about some of the impacts that we're seeing nationally and what we might be concerned about in terms of student learning this year.
And one of the big things that came out is it's not that it's a uniform decrease or uniform increase. It's a widening of gaps between abilities between students. That there are students who are doing much better than expected. There are students not doing as well, but there is this which is increasing the gap between students within a grade.
Thank you. See, we have hands up from Representative Salisbury and then Representative McCray, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for this presentation. It's Amy and Patricia. This is very fascinating. And I think one of the things that's interesting to me is the correlation between the information that you presented on students that have an IEP and the correlation between that and the information and just things that we've heard regarding students that don't have an IEP. Some of the same concerns and maybe the same data to similar levels, the experiences. I think it's really fascinating to see, you know, in their own way, these students are all facing that same, some of the same kind of problems. And I think that's really interesting to see the correlation between the two. So not really a question, just a comment. I just thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, agree. Thank you. And again, we some of the questions on the survey actually asked about all students. So even though we were talking to special education teachers, we know that they have a bit of a finger on the pulse of all students. But the ones we focus on our presentation have been specifically about their impression of impacts on students with IEPs.
Thank you. Representative McCray?
Yes, thank you very much. I concur wholeheartedly with what Representative Salisbury just stated, and also, Amy, what you corroborated. What I found is that 2 or 3 things about this study. Number one, it was very succinct. It was very direct. It was easy to understand. And it verified what probably anecdotally a lot of people would have suspected. But it put numbers to them. And the other part is that I think as a committee, we should take value from this study to all students. Although it was aimed at kids with IEPs, I kept finding myself saying, well, yeah, that would be true of everybody. That would be true of everybody. Even though there were some slides and tables that were specifically aimed at students with IEPs. So those are just comments on the whole. Thank you.
As a parent of 2 high school children, I would say it's sometimes tempting. I want to do the same and say, I think these things are true. I'm trying to not go beyond my data here, but I would suspect that yes, these findings do resonate for a lot of kids, not just kids with IEPs.
Any other questions at this time, folks, from any members of the committee? Amy or Patricia, anything that you would like to add?
Nope, just that our offer still stands. If we realize this was a fast and furious bird's eye view, and if there are pieces of this that you think might be relevant later on to any of your pending bills, please feel free. We're happy to come into a work session and repeat any of this, or go back to the more detailed tables if helpful.
Thank you all. Yeah, thank you very much, and we appreciate it. You have a good day.
You're quite welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, folks, in terms of our presentation, I think that'll conclude our day, if I'm not mistaken. I know that we all may have an obligation following this. I know we get a chance to chat very much. Anyone have any issues, concerns? I think this will be, hopefully this will be some information that helps us a lot along the way. Well, seeing no questions or concerns at this time, I'm looking forward. I think I'll see some of you momentarily in terms of conversation, and I believe at 4 o'clock, Representative Stearns and Senator Woodson, if we could get together with Representative Brennan, we'll have a scheduling session briefly with Hillary. Sam, will we won't use the same link, or will we, for that? Probably
I'll send
not.
out a new link, Senator.
Thank you for that.
No
All right.
problem.
All right. Folks, you take care. Have a great day. And I will not see you tomorrow, but I wish you all well. And I'll see you again Friday, I guess it is. Thank you.